Oops. Alright. Welcome to the Kirivaku running simulators. I think I need to figure out. Kind of have. And it. Okay. Okay. Should be working now. Amazing, the system itself already like not recognizing bot tricks. Okay, good. There's just so much things. Alright. Where I work right now. I was like making some stream. Okay. This is gonna take some time. Body's still some time to adjust. I think should be fine now. Again. Hello to everyone. My name is Kirivaka and I'm your host Annual. Here to entertain you and may not have what I'm doing. I have some idea, and not every time. Me having Henya. She become my mascot. Who knows? I haven't fit. I have like this thing's supposed to be an like animated animated thing going on there, but gosh, I don't have the time to work on this. Someone donated me a lot of money. Happy, happy. Ada good king. Hmm. And there's quite stuff I have to like figure it out before I can start the stream. E A E O A. Dung 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 dung. Uh, not recording. Working. Well, I kind of feel guilty. I supposed to stream like much more, but I kind of like I have to spend some times, do some. I won't really say self improvement because my entire body is kind of degrading a lot. So I think okay. Here's the thing. I may be broke, but not my family. Okay. And I feel like an asshole, like to fucking mosquito, like suck up all their like resources. But they do own a massage chair or lots of things that like related to massaging stuff, like machinery, because there's a lot of old people in my house. Okay. And I've been like having lots of back issues, as most people already know. My sister just recently bought like this thing, like the massage thingy. It's like a stationary like massaging pad. So usually the massage chair, like I sit on a massage chair for maybe like sometimes like every like so I sit there like have like 1 sessions, and I feel like alive. But recently my back has become more and more stiffened. It's really hard for that particular massage chair to like, because it's a super old dinky massage chair in the first place. Okay, it's not like brand new thingy. Ancient time where when my family still have a lot of money to waste. And from eh, so that badass. And my brain is brain fart. I can't think that well. So oh, it's not off. I hope it's not futures, but it's not. This one that, but where was I again? So yeah, I spend a lot of time to like doing lots of like physiotherapy, like something like a yoga exercise stuff, physiotherapy stuff, laying down on that massage pad. So instead of like like people using it to like sitting on a chair, have like that massage pad like on their right underneath their thigh, or like when they're sitting, they put it right behind the back, put it like massage things. But I need to crack my back. Okay, my back is like almost permanently like arc down because I have to look down when I like do the drawing. So my back has become like bad posturing and stuff has become super bad. And some people might say like just have a better postures. My chair is already at the lowest. Okay, I raised my like drawing tablet almost like 90 degree at that point. It's not like 90 degrees, it's more like 85. Like that is like high, like highest degree kind of like raise it at. And yeah, due to my eye issues, I had to look really close into the tablet to actually work on it. So at the end, like no matter how, like unless I sit on the fucking ground, like or like I have like a like those kind of table that is like standing desk. Yeah, unless I use a standing desk, there's no way I can straighten my back. Okay, or I sit on the ground. Sat on the ground is not enough. I need like something like like really like forcing me to like straighten out my back kind of like chair, like really tiny chair. But still, my arms have to like, if I sit like on a very low chair, my arm have to like raise up, so it will further fuck up my arm instead of my back. So I don't want to do that. And like using that as my doing that as my daily routine at that point, I kind of like further fucked up my back. So I do have to do a lot of things to kind of like on I I can't do it daily, sadly, because of my unhealthy like living schedule. I for some reasons I always wake up. There's two conditions I will wake up. Okay, I will wake up at 4 a.m. in the morning. If I go back to sleep, I will wake up at 11. I'm not even kidding. That's how I work. I only have this 2 solid time to wake up, and then I have 2 solid time to go to sleep. When I at like 5 a.m. or when I close to like like around like 9 or 10 p.m. That's kind of the time that I suddenly like felt like super drowsy. I need to go to sleep. But if I manage to like power through that drowsiness, I essentially unable to sleep until like the next like drowsy time like going to start, which I haven't really discovered like which time I actually get like super drowsy. I have that one particular time that I always like would get very drowsy around like 2 a.m. but 2 p.m. or something like that. But you guys already know like those are like my peak like streaming time for a while. So I kind of like always power through that part. So I kind of like for some reason like as time passed, it kind of like not feeling drowsy around 2 p.m. anymore. That's the thing. That's why like back in the days I like stream like super duper early or like stream super duper late. It's because like it's either I'm going to stay awake all night or wake up in the middle of the night. Yeah, just that. So right now I'm doing the staying up all night route. I will become like super drowsy and like super like tired around like 5-ish or like 4-ish like a.m. Who knows? So right now I'm making like milk tea to kind of power through the entire night. The only way, like here's the thing, back in the days I view my drawing stream more like a drawing stream. Right now, like this past few months, I'm actually legitly like streaming myself working instead. It's not exactly like too much anymore. Like you guys already know how fast I can draw most of the time, but you guys also like starting to like notice one thing. I'm taking ages to draw this past few commissions. Maybe it's because of animations, I'm not sure, but I become much more meticulous on my drawing and like on a few things. I can do it in high speed, but I don't know why. I think it's because people paid me. Like I usually charge like super duper cheap. Even now, the rate that people pay me is still actually super duper cheap. Because back in the day, I charge people super duper ultra cheap. So I kind of don't really care too much and do a lot of drawing. But to be honest, I feel a little bit bad because now I'm starting to like charge a little bit more, and people actually start also actually paying me to do the drawing, even though it's like cheap. Like like the thing, like the listing is like, okay, you pay cheap, you pay me like in like a very low price to get an artwork. All right, look at the artwork. Is it good? Yeah, I do it. I do it like I take a long time to do it, so it's cheap. Is it bad? But did I hand it to you like really fast? Means I didn't really like pay attention and do lots of like like cleanup work on it, like stuff like that. And like especially I did this particular person did actually pay like 1 extra polishing fee. So like here's the thing, I might actually remove that in the features. Like back in the days I just like, because I can like finish it in 1 day, so it's going to look cheap. So like I have that on particularly. It's like like it's cheap work, so if you add a little bit more money, I would like polish a little bit more for you guys, But nowadays my work, I'm not really sure like call it cheap or anything like that, Like definitely like my art style, like when people look at it, is definitely on the unique side. But I don't know how unique it's going to be honest. Because like here's the thing, the sad things about like unique artwork is I don't have people to compare with. I don't know this is actually deserve that payment or not. You know? Like I can like market this thing as like, oh, this is something that very unique and this and that other stuff. I know someone actually does this kind of like artwork too, but I don't know how much they charge. I don't know who does it. I've seen it before. Someone does something similar, and I did in like once in Vtuber. Like there's a person that I chat with. She actually does this kind of art style too. So yeah, maybe a little bit differently. Like maybe like she does only for the coloring. For me, I even do it for my line art and stuff like that. But in the end, like this is like how I draw on a lot of things, you know? It's just that you can scour through the internet. The people who actually draw in this kind of art style, you can count it with like 10 fingers. Or 5 fingers, literally. But still, at the end, I can't really say like monopolizing like this thing. I can't just like, I say this is a premium, unique art style only to me. No. If you like see any Persona art style, it's actually quite similar to that. It's just anime art style with like comic inking. I'm not even kidding. If you see any like comic book inking, like from the DC comic or something like that, you can see the heavy inking style is quite similar to what I do. Obviously, the method of drawing is a little bit different. My drawing is kind of like anime-ish. So it's kind of like comic / anime, you know? It's hard to say, you know? Because of this like you know, like standing, it's kind of like I'm not... Be more precise, I'm kind of like in the middle of nowhere, you know? It's like you can be low, you can be high, but you can't be mid. Things like that. I'm in the mid zone for art skill, art price, and even my art style is kind of like in the middle zone. So there are people who want a purely anime art, and then there are people who want a purely like comic art, and then I'm in the middle of everything. Back in the days, I'm trying my best to make like hybridizations on this two kind of style as kind of like something unique things I want to like run on. A lot of people actually fail on that. I know like lots of people want to do drawing too, so they definitely, a lot of people try it and fail very hard and then gave up, just lean toward like one style. I managed to make it, but once I make it, I found out how fucking lonely it is. You know? It's like, is there anybody drawing me? Like so far, I don't see anyone drawing me. They can do a similar like, you know, like inking method, but at the end, like, does it look similar to my art? No. Being unique is not fun at this point, you know? It's more like, you don't have a common friends to talk about, hey, you use this like carving art style too, huh? Like, how do you normally do it? Like, your process of like making this thing, I can't have that conversations, you know? If I go to like animation conventions, I can talk to people like, oh, what kind of like frame rate you draw on? Oh, what kind of like timing like squish your squash like method, or like your like, you know, like you draw like a person punch, you either draw like a dash line, or like you draw like a speed line, or those kind of things, or like you just draw like a blob. You can have that kind of conversations when it comes to like technique and stuff, right? But my technique is a little bit on the unique side, so I never really got a chance to actually have like a artist to kind of like spend time to kind of chat with, like, oh, this is the kind of art style. When we do this, do that, like, oh, we have similar way to do things, but I do it a little bit differently, like this way. No, I can't have that conversation. Maybe I can if I expand into the quote-unquote art community a lot, but the people I kind of like show drawing to, like, here's the thing: if you guys know a lot, or like you at least like, acquaintance with me in other Discord channel aside my channel, you guys would know one thing: I love to spam my artwork. I love to spam my art everywhere in different Discord channel. I'm starting to doing less due to like me like got too comfortable at spamming artwork. It's kind of like, you know, sometimes I talk a little bit too comfortably in other people's channels. So me being weird is, I should stay being weird in my own channel than being weird in other people's channel. You kind of get that. So yeah, that's that too. But I've been trying my best to find someone that does what I does too. But it's hard to find a kindred spirit. You know? And my friend did told me that that like few of my friends also are artists. Two of them are actually like art teachers too. Anyway, they told me I should just teach a few people, like start like an art class or something like that, so I can like spread this kind of like art skill, because they know like how uniquely like I do my work. So they should like they told me to yeah, you should like teach people kind of thing. But thing like if I teach everyone do this kind of things, it's not like I afraid this thing is not going to be. But the fact is, I teach 10 people are going to do that. 10 people is using same technique. So even they have like a slight iterations of it, like their own interpretations, and like have their own like tactic and skill to do it. At the end, like there's not much to chat about. I'm the teachers here. It's hardly going to like have lots of conversation. Maybe they are like among my students chatting with each others, they all have conversations together. But for me, oh no. Student and like teacher relationship is going to be a little bit different, especially when my audience like mostly is just kids. So most people can chat with them self. For me, I just have a unique status, even I can like communicating with it. Especially when it comes to like chatting and stuff, especially when I'm streaming, I'm kind of like, it's rarely, here's the thing, unless like that particular chatter have like some very specific thing, I rarely chat it in a way that I kind of like refer to one person only, you know, unless I got some specific stuff I have to like talk about toward that person. Else, most of the time, I literally like, even though no matter how much numbers, maybe just 1 people or 0 people, I would kind of like make a somewhat of a reply or toward the person. It's like toward the chat itself, you know. I kind of view my entire chat in kind of like mono like ageless group. Yeah, like I'm talking to a wall or talking to an entity, you know. It's not like talking to individual. This kind of way of talking sometimes can like make people feel a little bit disconnected. They're definitely like for like smaller streamers, they don't really like do that, or they don't know a way to do that. But I obviously like time to time I do like talk to people one-on-one, because I do understand that part. But I have a tendency of like talk to chat as a whole, regardless of like how old, how young they are. You know, sometimes like the way I talk, like some people will say, I'm just 10 years old, stop talking about it. I don't give a fuck. You should be in here. Like, go back to your YouTube, kids. And those kind of times to do it. Yeah. And then like there are people who are older, there are people who are younger, but there weren't that many people around my age. If you kind of notice, aside from Mute Midori, is like someone that is close to my age group. You almost realize that in my chat, I have 0 people is like among my age group. Maybe there's some is like around. Maybe there are like some is around like 20 or like 22 or something. But like I say again, like I'm 31 years old. At this point, I see everyone in 20s. Like, they are just teenagers. They are just teenagers fresh out of high schools. They don't know jack shit about world. Shit and stuff like that. You know? And also like people who are around like 20s generally behave like kids. I'm not even kidding. Especially now too. I kind of like hate to say this, okay? When I look at Twitters, which you guys should not have Twitters actually, and like even I didn't look at Twitters, I watch a lot of YouTube, and obviously I'll watch a lot of slop channels, and like drama channels, this and that other stuff. I'm a very like those kind of like, you know, like neighborhood aunties that just talk shit about stuff, or like just stand among the auntie groups and listen to the shit they talk. So like there's a lot of gossip stuff. I kind of like those kind of person, but I'm also a sensible person that kind like at some point I become like a guy who watch way too many TV series that I can literally predict everything before they finish like the climax of the stories, or like, you know, or like plot twist. Basically, it's not a plot twist for me anymore, because, you know, seen too many stuff, and I am way too good at predicting things. Yeah, vaguely guess stuff is kind of like my entire family trait. Anyone that talks to my family will be very frustrated. Even I am frustrated talking to my family. Sometimes they love to assume stuff, but they aren't wrong. The worst thing is they aren't wrong. But still, enough like prancing about my family. But yeah, I'm also my family child, so like my parents like child, so like, I obviously also like that too. I'm pretty good at assuming stuff. It's more instead of saying assuming stuff, I'm pretty good at guessing stuff. So making like assuming stuff like really accurate. So I have like a hard time communicate anyone who is not in my peer. Either I can like when I feel alive, okay, is talking people who actually know that shit and smarter than me. But in chat, it's not like everyone is dumb. Definitely there's going to be smart people. But in some sense, I think it's because like around the time when I study engineering, I talk to a lot of people that don't know engineering stuff, you know? When I talk about scientist lingo, this and that other stuff, or sometimes I explain like, oh, this is like electron, this and that other stuff, so I create a machine that can do this and do that. Like, I had to dumbify my talk to a lot of people, and as time passed, I kind of just assume everyone do not understand a single word I say. You know, like people like usually do like the memes, like the nerdy scientist guy talking lots of like high-tech stuff, and then like there's one guy who will always like say English, motherfucker. So I always try my best to dumbify everything I talk, and at some point I sound like a prick. This is where my assuming personality and also like you know, like ability of guessing everything like very accurately, like amplify that part. That particular part, you know, like dumbify the way I talk. So essentially, when I explain stuff or talk about stuff, I tend to dumbify the stuff, and I notice when that person still don't understand, I will over explain to a point that makes things even more complicated. Which is worse than being like talking like science stuff. Like here's the thing, I used I'm not used to be like that. I used to be a very clear-cut guy. Okay, I don't talk a lot. In reality, in real life, even in outside my like house, those kind of things. Back in the days before I studied engineering, I'm a man with few words. That is like the most scariest shit in the world. Like, try to think this. Like, most of my friends like used to, like, if they only like you know, like know the teenagers me, and then we like lost contact for a long time, and then we finally meet again, like, you know, like high school reunion or middle school reunion, something like that, and we sat together, and then they notice like how much I talk, they will like scare the shit out of themselves, because I used to be almost like close to being a mute. Because I got into fight a lot because I don't talk a lot back then. And one of the reasons I get into a lot of fight is because I have this default death stare at people. And I don't say a word. People scared of me back in the days. And then now they look at me and it's like this round, fat, goofy guy. Used to be very muscular back then too. Now I'm just like a round, fat, goofy guy that talks a lot. It's like a complete polar opposite right now. And I would, if you give me a choice, I would actually want to be like the older Nemo, you know. Now I'm actually quite immature, but I feel like the older me actually is much more matured because I actually don't talk a lot. So when I actually talk, I sit there loading a little bit and really pick my word carefully when I talk. Now I just, you know, like fucking shotgun, just blather everything out like nonstop. Just keep yapping until like I accidentally, like, you know, like the way I speak might offend people or something like that. Sometimes I over-explain stuff to a point that people misunderstood or mistook like the word I say, or sometimes I don't even know what I say because I'm panicked. It happens. It happens. If it's the me from the past, I would think really carefully when I talk, but I try a few times to talk like how I used to talk back in the days too, but I don't know. I feel like I'm having a panic attack every single time I have to think my next word carefully before I talk. I don't know why. It's like my body is like rushing to say the word out, but if I really need to say stuff like really carefully, like talking to a fucking president, I need to like Okay, I felt like my next word, like if I say the wrong stuff, it's like either going to be game over or like the friendship is going to be over. Back in the days, I'm a very like don't give a shit person, and because of that, I guess a lot of people really like me because of that. And now as I give a shit a lot persons, I think people kind of see me as a sissies now. Like I am the one I despise. I become the one I despised. Think too much, you know. Think too much and afraid of losing stuff. Back in the days, if it's the old me, I'd be like, I don't give a shit. Even now, even though I always say I don't give a shit, I do give a shit sometimes, quite a lot of times. I'm trying to get distant. Like, this is why I'm starting to like say I give a shit a lot more. I don't give a shit a lot more. Don't give a shit. It's because back in the days, like the past, maybe like 5-6 years, I give too much shit, and then become a very unentertaining person. Not even kidding. It's like, I think around the COVID time. Yeah, COVID time. I change a lot. For one, is my my university experience, and also getting things backstab and everything. I definitely have some mental disorders. You know, not mental disorder, like mental barrier, like built up inside my brain. And I'm not as cheerful as I used to be. I am still a very cheerful person, but you have to know, like back in the days, I am super fucking positive. Basically, hunky dory, like bundle of happiness. But still. Kind of like, I should say like a lots of things changed, and I also like learn something about myself more and more as I kind of grow. You know, like lots of things I just like let the wave carry me, but I let the wave carry me a little bit too much. When I starting to like stop and look closer to myself a little bit more. Okay, I realized, yeah, oh, never learned that about myself. Oh, never know that about myself, because I rarely like do self-inspection a lot back in the days. I guess it's like comes with age when you start to look back in the past. Especially like when I discover I have my like medical conditions. One of the thing is like, why don't I ever felt like I have like any issues back in the days is because I don't give a shit. I just power through everything. It's like, long as you don't believe you have issues, you don't have issues. And then now I'm starting to believe I have issues, and like, I've started looking at myself more. You know, like if I don't look at myself more, I won't detect like stuff about myself a lot. I've been ignoring myself for a very long time, but now I kind of pay attention to myself a little bit too much. That just like the cruelty of times can do lots of. But yeah, one of the things is just me getting old, and then like I'm just like blabbering and yeah, I don't even know what I'm talking about, to be honest. Where did this thing like start from? And I start yapping about it. I don't even have like any ideas. But again, like yeah, I start to like read myself a little bit more and learn a lot about myself. I don't know, I have like this or that, like the other stuff. Because like back then I just do, you know, like let everything like flow. Everything just like happens to work out, you know. I guess I should just let that version of me just like don't give a shit, just do whatever I feel like. Didn't think too much, just let it flow naturally. Sometimes when I'm drawing, I felt like I draw like really good. It's just like me letting like things like naturally like, you know, flow through. Yeah, I figure out later. Just do it first. Figure out later. Kind of mentalities. It's fun. Okay, now my brain is like a little bit more adjusted to working right now, since I talk a lot. Warm up a little bit of my brain, even though I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Most likely it's just me. The lack of sleep me is is working very like functioning like very weirdly right now. Should take my meds. Yeah, I should take my meds. Don't take too much, only take like half a tablet. My ear's been ringing a lot lately too. Start taking back my medications. Most of the times, when I talk circle like this and being like really delirious, most of the case is because I haven't taken my medication for a few days. Right now, maybe. I'm not really sure. I'm starting to have a little bit of awareness now again. Maybe it's because I'm like very dizzy. Autopilot turn on. And now you know like how dangerous my autopilot is. I just like talk non-stop. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I don't even remember what I'm talking about. Like, oh gosh. Now my brain is much more clearer now. Oh my gosh, what I was talking about. Man, that was embarrassing. Yeah, that's like a very like severe ringing in my ears. Now I just realized when I came back to my sense. Yeah, the ringing was very loud at the moment. I think I like the process of tuning it, tuning it out. I kind of like went on trance there. It'll take a while for like the medications to work, but yeah. Since I take like half a tablet, it's not going to be like immediately like functioning. But I'm going to hold a little bit. Yeah, some things, but just like sometimes you shouldn't talk too much, and then you're just starting blabbering about stuff. Sometimes maybe even you don't understand. Happens a lot. I really like. Here's the thing, like, maybe it kind of like at least is something or something like that. But at the end, I actually don't like myself when on autopilot, and then suddenly realize that I'm just like in pilot mode. As you get older, you understand. It's like why like old people always like really cranky. I'm starting to like slowly understand them as like this past 5 years of dealing with my issues. It's basically like once I learned that I have lots of issues with my bodies, I realized that actually I'm not actually in a lot of control of my body at all. Almost like nada. Never really have any control. And once I learn about that, I feel shit, Did I actually live my life properly? Like, is how much did the autopilot took away my life? It's like when I'm in autopilot, I'm actually in trance. I don't exactly remember too much things. It's like I know I'm there, but I'm just not controlling, like not in full control. And once I'm back, I feel like, oh, fuck, I just wasted like 20 minutes of my life. 10 minutes or something like that. Just think about that happening here and there, like how much of my childhood has been taken away just by that. Just me just not being there. It can be scary sometimes. Yeah. And then when it's starting to get worse, like starting from like 5 years ago, technically 6 years ago. Shit, I'm getting old. Like around me like 25, slowly realized that I can't control my body that well. As I'm getting old and starting to go to see doctors, this and that other stuff. I realized that how little control I have with my body. That becomes scary. Like, what's going to happen when I get old? Even older. Like even now, I already have sometimes I can't really, kind of thing like this. You wake up, it's a very bad analogy because like I'm gonna say you wake up and then you want to get off your bed and you can't get off your bed, and that is just you being fucking lazy. Okay, like I mean like you want to stand up, okay, but your body just didn't reply, or you want to do something like go to kitchens, do some cooking, okay? You're trying to like cut some things. You want to open your cabinet, you want to take out the knife, you want to like clean the knife. And then your body just stunned. You can't open the cabinet. You just stand there. You want to open the cabinet, you already thought about it. Your body is not moving. And then you finally can go to like, it's kind of like receiving the command later than you think. and then it'll be like, move, motherfuckers, and then you start move. You know, and like you start taking a knife, wash it, and then you suddenly forgot like, okay, I finally made my body move. What I need to do again, because you already thought about the entire sequence of what you're going to do, but your body like reacts so slowly. You forgot like what it's going to do next, and then you have to like stand there, wait for a bit, and then, oh yeah, I need to clean the knife. Now I washed it. Now clean the knife, and then you start to like finish cleaning the knife, and then you want to like chop off the lettuce, and then you'll be like, why there's a lettuce on my hand? Why there's a knife on my hand? What I was doing again? Because your body is like rarely like listening to your command, you keep forcing things to work. You always try to do everything on, like, just keep everything work. Like, you already have a plan what you want to do, but in between that plan, your body keep messing shit up, and then you have to keep forcing your body like to act on that command. Once it finished like half of the command, and then you'll be like, what was I doing again? What was the intention? Why I need to do this? Why I'm here? The fuck happening? I've been so busy like trying to make my body work, make my body move, make my body do this, make my body do that. What was the goal again? Why I have a fucking lettuce on my hand? Why I have a knife on my hand? Why do I want to clean it? And then it took you a little bit of time to be like, fuck, shit. Yeah, that is more like thinking things, you know? But me is like, because I'm so busy like controlling my body, okay, that is like keep fucking delay. You know? It doesn't really move the way I want it. It doesn't really like listen to my physical command like immediately. People want to stand up, they stand up. People want to walk, they walk. People want to talk, they talk. Like, at least talking is still something that I guess this is why I talk a lot. And when people want to do stuff, grab stuff, have reactions, technically I still have reactions. Muscle memory is from the spine, not from the brain. So yeah, it's a little bit different. Those things. So yeah, it's a very different thing. When lots of people like have lots of cognitive functions, lots of things just move very naturally. You don't really have to like go and think about it. You want to grab the knife, you grab the knife. Clean the knife, you clean the knife. You don't have to really think about it. Because I actively have to think about it, I actively like lose a lot of control of it. The more I think about it, the more stuff I forgot while I was. And some people say like, you just don't have to think about it. Just do it. But I have to think about it. Else it doesn't move. My balance is completely fucked. All the auto functions is not functioning properly. Almost to the point I'm fucking paranoid. I literally cannot walk 5 years ago or 6 years ago. I cannot walk straight line like a drunk ass person's. I finally did like a lot of physiotherapy enough that I can actually walk like a normal person now. Technically, I'm still doing catwalk in some sense. It's because like normal people walk a fucking straight line. Their feet move in like a single line, you know? Or like some people waddle when they walk. For me, I don't waddle, I don't do this, I do that. I kind of like, how do you think? Like, overly fucking exaggerated catwalk. Like, it's not always like that. It's like when I lose balance, I would start like crossing my leg while I'm walking, you know? Like, or like swagging around. Because I have to like widen my feet. Like widen my like, you know, like the center of the gravity so I don't fall on my ass. So I start, maybe sometimes I waddle, sometimes I catwalk, sometimes I suddenly like drifted to the left when I walk, or like drifted to the right when I walk, but at least I can walk in one direction. It's not like, you know, like a senile fucking old man that with like a bad knee or something like that that would trip like when he start walking. But I'm not like that, at least. But at least I can walk. So it took a long time for me to retrain how to like properly use my entire body again. You know? Maybe I fixed myself a long time ago. Who knows? I just too paranoid and still fucking like moving my body like how I figured out how to work back then. Because it's a very scary time, because when all my sense of balance is fucked up to a point that I can't even turn my head properly, to right now I can just, you know, like I can do now. Oh shit, I'm dizzy now. Okay, I'm back. So like back then I can't even like do this, you know, because I'm already very dizzy. It's not like I'm starting and doing it as I feel dizzy. Like big movement stuff. I should do a lot more exercise at this point. Physiotherapy alone doesn't do much. Those are like low level yoga. It's not even like high. It's not even like the yoga that actually like do actual like cardio exercise. Yes, there's like yoga that do lots of cardio exercise. As long as you do lots of like core strength like yoga. The yoga have like a lot of focus. Sometimes focus on stretching, some focus on like, you know, muscle flexing on like the certain part, and then there's like part of a yoga is like doing lots of core strength training. So if you have a lot of core strength training yogas, you actually will have abs. I'm not even kidding. If girls like afraid of like you know, getting like muscular arm or something like that, and they can do like yoga with like a lot of like emphasis on focus on the waist and like the core strength of like training, they would have like six pack, and not like a visible six pack, but you can definitely see like there's a six pack underneath it. Those kind of six pack, very slim like waist. I do lots of exercise back in the days, because again like, I need to fix my body, so I become relatively like thinner, and then now I become fat again. I need to do my ring fit like stream more, I guess, or at least like privately almost every night I need to do like a ring fit exercise. That might help me a lot. I haven't like moved my body like that long times. Maybe it's just me getting old. I don't know. I'm keep saying that I'm getting old as an excuse at this point. As time passed, you're not really sure it's just age catching up with you, or your issues are catching up with you. It's kind of like a both in the same time thing, but it's really confusing. And also at the same time, I do have mental issues. Like, remember what I say, like, at this point, I have like some certain level of mental issues if I kind of like dealing with this thing every day. Mental coping, or like mental confusing. Maybe I cast some like fucking confusion beam at me. Make me like to like be lazy. Who knows? Maybe I'm not actually having issues at all. I just imagine all these things. Like some more doctors say, and then some more doctors say, no, you're not imagining things. You actually have some physical issues. And then which doctor is fucking right? I don't know. This is what happens when you see a lot of doctors, okay? You have way too many opinions. You can have second opinion, but don't have third, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 opinions from different doctors, from different departments, okay? Some people from this department say you have issues, some people from this department say you don't have issues, and then another department say, yo, you have issues, and then another department say you don't have issues. I have issues or not? I have no fucking ideas. At this point, I want to have issues. If I officially have issues, I can just be good at anything. But if I don't have issues, I just imagining everything out. You think the sunk cost fallacy? I would be fucking embarrassing. Maybe I just a normal fucking human in societies, but I just behave. I just choose to not behave like one. You know, that kind of fear is actually there, but it's kind of like a 50-50 things. Who knows? Because like maybe some of the issues can actually like get through if I don't believe it. Like I worked fine when I was young, and I don't believe I have issues. Definitely. Maybe I'm actually like really easily sprain my ankle if I do any like PE exercise and stuff. But still, and also I can't stand with a single leg, well, even when I was so very young. So I definitely do not have balance. Is it skill issues or organ issues? Nobody knows. Because the doctors don't even know about my situation. They don't know I'm born with it, or I always have it. Or like sometime in some way or form I'm starting to have it, but it's too cemetery, so I might actually be born with it, and then like I might have Meniere disease, and I don't have Meniere disease at the same times. They're not really sure. Like everything is like buried inside my body, so they don't really sure I have it or not. At that point, I'm just a physical anomaly. Best to just tell me that I just think too much about it, and then I believe I don't have it anymore. Then I just believe I don't have it, and then I just live through my entire life being clumsy. Maybe I'm just a clumsy person. Who knows? Maybe I fumble everything very easily because I can't control my hand. Maybe I suddenly walk like straight line, but suddenly go to the left directions or right directions because I just don't have coordinations. But the doctor did actually say like I don't have coordination because of my ears. That is like the most heinous thing that happened to me. And also like I can hear my own heartbeat. That is like thing in the world. I don't know how much people can hear their own heartbeat. I should check the internet. Hold on a little bit. Let me open up the internet. Check it a little. Hearing your own heartbeat in your ears. Common cause: high blood pressures. I check my blood pressure a lot. I don't have blood pressures. Turbulent blood flow. But technically, I have a. Yes. Is turbulent blood flow, and also like increased blood volume of flow. That's one I don't. Maybe sometimes. No. Ear issues. I'm just gonna show it to you guys. People on the vertical side, you can't see shit. Only people on like the horizontal side will see this. Okay, it is like. Okay, hearing rhythmic pulsing, thumping, whooshing sound in your ears and match with your pulse, known as pulsating tinnitus. I have ringing and pulsating tinnitus in the same times. Motherfuckers, this is a lot of things. Okay, high blood pressures, again, no. Turbulent blood flow, sometimes. Because, let's say again, it's my blood vessel issues that surrounding my ear nervous system, so I already have like blood vessels that kind of say like AICA vestibular look type 2. Okay, type 1 is already above average. Type 2 is above average. Okay, that's like the worst way is type 3. So I definitely have like a weird blood flow channel inside my ears already. Increased blood volume triggered by exercise, stress, pregnancy, and anemia. Definitely stress. Obviously, when I exercise, like it happened too. But when I'm not exercise, I'm feeling it. Definitely stress. Ear issues, fluid, middle ear infection, yada yada stuff. that amplify the sound, the other stuff. Definitely see issues. Not exactly fluid. Like I say again, like my ear organ is like wrap up my gosh dang fucking like blood vessel. Yeah, blood vessel difference. It kind of like very close positioning to my fucking organ. Not organ, like ear nervous systems. Ear nerve and organ is a completely different. If I kind of feel my organs, that would be used. But yeah, it's like touching my ear nervous systems. Thank you, Gemini. I'm definitely not going to be like take the answer with a grain of salt because it's coming from AI. Besides, like unless there's like actual doctors here like tell me like, no, this is not this, that's not that. I definitely do not have like a fixed answer for it. I don't even want to believe the fucking doctor at this point anymore. I actually stopped going to any of my doctor appointments. They just don't give a shit about my conditions. No, I don't give a shit about my conditions. It's more like they kind of gave up my conditions. You know? They can't help. At that point, it's more like hysteria. Then, this is why also like I don't give a shit about it anymore too. I just deal with it. I did talk about it a lot as like a health PSA, but aside from that, I really don't give a shit at it. My life does work a little bit much more better, but I do have to be aware of it. Why I don't have to give a shit about it. But you can't just like fully just don't think it doesn't exist. It does exist. It still exists. Yeah, it's a very complicated mentality that I have to have. Alright, enough chatting. I think I already chatted. Whew. I'm going to work. And again, I'm going to watch YouTube while working. You guys might not be able to like hear anything because I'm watching the legendary series. Due to the nature of more Pegasus love to talk about Hassan Piker, a very politically wrong guy. So I just want to watch more Pegasus clown on that. Just that. But here's the thing. I don't give a shit about America like politics situations. I just don't like Hassan Pikers. Like I say again, I can read people very easily. Okay, I read persons when it comes personalities or how a person conducts the other stuff. I can read them like a fucking open book most of the time, to a point that I can read their fucking mind. Most of my friends are afraid of me for that. They say I'm a very dangerous individual because I'm actually like how weirdly accurate I am when reading people. Like, I don't like this Hassan Piker guy is because like he's an asshole. He's a like also like he's a liar too. Yeah, here's the thing about like being a liar. Okay. You lie for 3 reasons. White lie. Let's make it like the easiest thing. White lies. You can't just say the whole truth. You know? You have to like cushion it down a little bit, add a little bit of white lies and stuff. This and that and stuff. This is why people sometimes have to like give people white lies. Because not everything is like nice and hunky-dory. And that's the second one. You lie to people because you want to get benefit out from that lie, you know? You lie to them, maybe like you can get money from it. You lie to them because you get some certain level of like benefit if they believe you lie. So you lie. And then That's the third one. You lie because you want to believe that lie. Hassan technically stand in between 2 and 3. Generally, I would say it's in 3. He lied because he personally want to believe that lie. Maybe at first, like why I put like the third in the third place, okay? Is because a lot of people start lying at like the second level of lying. They want to lie so they can gain benefit from that lie. But as time passed, when that person lie a lot to gain a lot of benefit, again, like you can't live your life in a lie. You're going to eventually like just like use more lie to cover your lies, and then as time passes, you just keep lying non-stop, eating other stuff, and then your entire life will just like fill with lies. And when that comes to a certain point, you are in a way like how people mostly will say, you are lying to yourself, you know? You have to, in a person's certain degree, you have lied so much to a point, you have to believe that lie. Else like you are going to like have like a very inconsistency things going on there. And to a point, you can just make shit up and you don't even blink an eye because you actually legitly believe the shit you just talk about. You like, where did that lie even come out from? What does the reason that you have to lie? They don't have the reason to lie anymore. They don't know the reason to lie anymore. They just want to know one thing. They can just say whatever the fuck they want because they don't know why. They can just say it, you know? Like some people is like just either like say for the fun or say for belief for themselves. Because they actually believe the lie at this point. And they don't know what is lie, what is not lie anymore. They just have a thought in their brain, and then the thing is like, yeah. Just that. There's no other thing. They just immediately, yeah. They have like a thought in their brain, and then they just say it. Is it a lie? Is it true? Is it a reliable source? Is it anything? No. This is what we call perpetual liars, and when it comes to that, definitely Hassan Parker is like one of the persons like that. You can just immediately say a thing. No need to be like fact check or anything. No need to be this, to be that. He believed that all the word he says is true. Then he believed everything he says is true. He would just say whatever the things come out in his mind. So that is like what a perpetual liar would normally do. Try not to lie too much. It will ruin your life. Look at Hassan Piker, you already understand. And also, pirate software. I say again, I have a foresight to see the end of a liar very easily because I'm also a liar. Well, a type of liar. You know, I write a lot of story. If you're not a liar, you can't write a story. How can you write a very good story on fictions without knowing how to lie? Now, obviously, I choose to always like tell the truth. That is like one of the trade-off I have to like become a writer. A writer is the greatest liar in the world. You know, you tell a amazing story for kids. It's a made-up story, but essentially, a made-up story is a lie itself. So you have to write story. You have to talk about a lot of story, and you can't just make shit up immediately if you are a very good writer. Is it? Like, you can say like J.R.R. Tolkien, if you really want him to read a bedtime story to you, he can just sit there and just randomly make shit up. and it's still going to work very well. You know, when you are a very good writers yourself, you can just make shit up. And is story writing a lie? Of course it's a lie. It's a very convincing lie. And you know it's a lie, and you want to believe that lie. See? I understand lie a lot. I understand liars too. I understand why con artists being a con artist. I understand why liar being a liar. I say again, white lies. Consider like storytelling is one of the white lies too. You want to tell a good, amazing bedtime story. That made up story itself is a lie. It's a white lie. Again, the second level of lying is to lie to get a because you benefit from that lying. Third is you lie too much. You cover so many things. You just able to shit out something on the fly to a point that you just want to believe is real. Like you always like give an excuse that, oh yeah, I have a friend told me that. Yeah, who's your fucking friend? Oh, that friend you would never know. Because for privacy reasons, I would never tell you the name of that person that I gained the information from. It's just trust me, bro. Yeah, that's the Sandpiker in a nutshell. So, and that guy is actually pretty influential. This is why I say like being a lie, when you reach like the third level of lying, it's like if you are just like a random nobody, we would just laugh at you. But he is actually like laughing at the day and age like he can laugh all this thing to become like somebody's, which is very dangerous. Don't like it, you know, like disgrace for a liar, disgrace as a fellow liars. But technically, I write story, but not actually that kind of lie. I'm more like level 1 liars, but I'm a professional level 1 liars. Okay. When you reach level 3, everyone stay away from that person. To be honest, at this point, like, I watch the legendary More Pegasus series. I actually don't really like to watch it anymore because it's always the same thing. Hassan lie, he gets away with it. For continuously, how many episodes is this? I don't know how many episodes is this. Gonna take a maybe there's a playlist. Yeah, the legendary series. There's like 434 episodes of him. Definitely that maybe like you can subtract around like 40 episodes. It's maybe like he talking about something. And in between he talking about some other people, you can subtract another 50 episodes. There's still around like 300 episodes about this guy. Solely focusing on this guy. Lying straight up. For like... how many years? 5-6 years. Yeah. Like that guy have been getting away from everything that he does for so fucking long. I'm just watching for one day finally see a video of him actually get what he deserved. You know, like karma has been built up for a very long time. Karma is a bitch. It's going to come back you triple fold. tenfold. You know, like at this point, it's just like accumulations of damage. Oh, this one I would want to share. Hold on. This is a news that more pickers talk about. Like this particular one, I do. I'm not like share, more like show it to you. How fucking insane people in like America is. Okay, this. Thing. Just. Okay. Long story short, before like this particular one started, okay, let me like do a TLDR for you guys. If anyone is still kind of here, okay. So there's a news about a lady, or you can say a bitch. Not even kidding. I say again. Usually when I use the word bitch, it's actually pretty valid. This lady use an exercise rope, strangle, and kill 3 of her kids. She admits she did it. There's all the evidence. And even the mom of that lady testified that after she strangled all 3 of her kids and called her and say what to do, I strangled 3 of my kids. If you're gonna say like something happened, you have psychosis, you went for triple combo, ladies. But here's the thing. She's actually very remorseful. And like she just let whatever happened in the court like do the things. But here's the thing. It's not actually a story about her right now. Okay? The problem is the fucking TikTok and the fucking other batshit crazy bitch in the internet right now are crowdfunding already around like $1 million to fight the case for her. And also like start riot and everything for her. And they keep saying like laughing like in TikTok series is basically saying like, we are mothers, we understand why she strangled her children. The fuck? What the fuck? If you're mothers, every mother would like slap that bitch. I told my mother about this like this news, and she said like, that lady is batshit crazy. I told my sister, who also have like 2 kids, about this news. Like she said like, this girl is batshit crazy. Like no mother like no matter like here's the thing like especially like what my mother say like no matter like what kind of psychosis you have, you would not harm your kids. You would rather self-harm than harm your kids. You know, like in many cases. Like so if you dare to touch your kids, you are not human. Yeah, especially it's like her own flesh and blood. And then for some reason, all the batshit crazy lady in TikTok and say like defending that lady that killed like 3 of her kids, would be like, we were like we are mother too. Sometimes we think about killing our own kids too. I was like, hello, child service. There's a lot of batshit crazy like TikTok ladies out there. And then now like they all like one of the reason they all like funding that ladies like doing like the court cases right now, like around 1 millions now. Like most of the lady also like blame the husband. They say like no, the lady didn't strangle all 3 of her kids. It's the husband that do it. The husband that did it. The lady already like confessed herself and everything, yada yada stuff with all the stuff things there. And the main reasons why all the batshit crazy bitch in TikTok is supporting the ladies that strangles like like 3 of her kids one. I have to keep repeating that to let people sink in that she strangled 3 children's, okay, and own flesh and blood, her own kids. Okay? Again? Okay? I need to repeat this so many times to let everyone sink in that part. I even forgot. Like, the reason she does that, the reason she couldn't do that, couldn't possibly do that, is because her star sign is Leo. And her husband is like Capricorn or something. So only Capricorn will murder their like childrens. People who is Leo would not do that. I shit you not. This is their reasons to say she is innocent, and then now it's crowdfunding like her money. Reminds me like I forgot it's like 15 or 16 years ago. There's actually like a batshit crazy news about like a shootout is happening. A guy got shot by a stray shot, and then a lady crawled out there to drag him out, and then asked him like what kind of star sign he had. And then I forgot like which one. It's a 15, 16 years ago. I can't remember what star sign. Okay, I'm not a star sign guy. So he answered her for some reason out of confusions, and then she replied to him, "Oh, we are not matched," and then she just crawled back, didn't save him, didn't drag him like out from like safety, because the star sign doesn't match. No, I'm kidding. Actually happened. In news. I see in news. Ooh wee, like I like star sign girls are fucking crazy. This is why sometimes when I talk to a girl, back in the days of my university times, when I have a really good conversation with girls, maybe like we can hit off, and then she suddenly pull out fucking star sign, and then I start to back off. Usually it would happen. Not even kidding. Because I still remember that like fucking news that oh we are not compatible, and then didn't do any like emergency like care on that guy. Just let him like lie on the fucking ground, almost bled to death. I'm not even kidding. He went to emergency hospital because of that too. I was like, ah, oh, that news traumatized me. Like people with like star sign and stuff, you know. Like they are like deep talk about star sign, like superstitious is kind of like a little bit. If you want to just be playful at it, is fine. But to that level, I actually legitly scared of them. You know, like when girl pull out a fucking tarot card, I'm actually fucking scared of them. When a girl pull out like fucking star sign compatibility chart, and I'm fucking terrified of them. And this too. This news is fucking crazy. everyone is went fucking bonkers in Twitters too. It's basically like it's because like it become like such a big news too. Like all the like there are more girls like coming out and say like we are mothers. Now we have a tendency of wanting to kill our kids too. I was like, what kind of cult did this suddenly started from this like crazy batshit crazy case? Like it's happening in America too. I was like, can they fucking stop with this kind of thing? That's a very big issue in America. Okay, at this point, I don't want to criticize them that much, but I would say one thing for sure. I think it's a TikTok thing, and also like there's a lot of element into stuff. I won't just laser focus at America. Okay, it just on mentality of the modern age. There are way too many people have savior complex. Oh, I'm kidding. But here's the thing. They they are currently at a phase. I think it's because like just how open the world is right now. Is they really don't understand the phase that much. It's because like everyone obviously went through a savior complex phase, but they didn't stop. Okay, there are sometimes some people, maybe one or two, didn't stop, and then they work on a lot of stuff. Like maybe they go to like soup kitchen or something like that, or do charity stuff, volunteer work, the other stuff. It's kind of fine, like passionate people is fine. There are way too many people is just having savior complex, and none don't want to deal with none of the responsibility of that savior complex. They just have the brain to think about wanting to be a savior, and just want to make a video that talk about the point of being a savior, but they don't want to be the savior. They don't want to do the action of being one, and then it pent up so long that now they are just batshit crazy. Anyone right now watching also have that kind of savior complex? You guys need to sometimes maybe be a little bit more realistic about things. Here's the thing. Maybe you can read in some fictional story or like non-fiction story about people talking about documentary. They did a lot of charity work or something like that. There's always a question to themselves. Okay, you saved the world, but you didn't save a family. You saved the world, you didn't save a friend. You saved the world, you didn't do this. Because you think saving the world is simple? Saving the world is easy? You can do one thing, you can't do other things. I would rather everyone save themselves. And also like death. Like anything that closest to them. You said you go too fucking far, man. Make everyone around you life a little bit better. If everyone does that, everyone save the world together. If you just always targeting to sit here and thinking about saving the world, you save nothing. Save your life. Then, if you have enough capability, save people around you. Do kind act. Help out help out your family. Help out your mothers. Help out fathers. Help out your uncle. Help out like your neighbors. Help out like your friends. Just do that. If you do that, any other people see it, younger people see it, or like your friends see it, they will also do that. Then this kindness keep passing next to another, to another, to another. Saving the world is not a single person effort. There's no fucking hero in the world, okay? You're not superhero. Even superhero can't save the world. You look at fucking Superman. You think he can just go around the world and save everyone? No. That is like that is literally Superman's story, you know? Superman can do everything, but he can't do anything. That is his entire story, but he tried his best to do everything, like, yeah. But he's not like going around the world saving the world. Maybe like later on in the story, people write him that way. But generally, at the very start of the story, the concept is like that. You know, he can do everything, but not everything. So yeah, that is like the base concept of Superman back in the days too. So yeah, it's best to just focus on yourself, be responsible, and if you want to help people, also be responsible. Like here's the thing, like I say again, like there's way too many people want to just have the fun and none of the responsibility. A lot of people want to become a savior without none of the responsibility of being a savior. That that is stupid. I know why people IQ is dropping rapidly because they can't really like see the point of that. They might think they're responsible, but they're not. They really have to like stand back a little bit further and see what's wrong with the fucking world at the moment right now. They know that, you know what? Fuck this. I'm just going to help my neighbors. What about like back in the days, like people just like want to be a friendly neighbors, you know, like in the neighborhood, just like hi there, stuff like that, and then like you cook, you maybe like bought something extra, you cook something extra, you just say, ding dong, hi there neighbor. Hey, I cooked some extra lasagna. Like, do you want? Do you guys want it? Or like every single like maybe 3 4 months, and then everyone get up together. Hey, we are going to clean up the neighborhood together. Everyone start doing that shit. You know, everyone help out each other. Like you don't need to save the fucking world. You just need to teach everyone to help each other. Done. Nobody does that. To be honest. I still thinking about now, like back in the days, we have a thing called Gotong Royong. It's basically called like the great cleanup. You know, it's basically like every neighborhood like join force together, just clean up our own neighborhood, like maybe drainage, area stuff. We have open drainage, unlike most like countries. So yeah, we would clean up the trash. We appreciate the natures. Sometimes we plant trees. We this, we do that. Nowadays, no, it's none of our responsibility anymore. Everyone just stay in their fucking home. I'm one of them too. The thing about it is kind of a shame of myself, like just talking about it, knowing that it's not a thing anymore. And the time flies. But yeah, like those were something in the past. But again, like those kind of virtual talks is not a thing anymore. I feel like something is wrong with the world. Just that. Where is like treat thy neighbor good thingy? I wouldn't even be religious talking about. Just like by simple natures of like just believed in yourself that you can help the person next to you is enough is not good enough now. Like nobody have that teaching anymore. Like sometimes I talking about this kind of concept of like just believe helping the next neighbors or a next person next to you, and the person next to you is going to help the person next to you. It's not enough anymore. Like you guys have to like go out, pull a fucking rally, doing this and doing that, rights movement, and then shove it into people's faces. Instead of like helping people out, you just annoy the shit people out of like your movement and stuff, and make people want to distance away from. Like the society of the world is kind of like a little bit messed up, really, really messed up. That's like how people with like very terrible like savior complex is going on. Like the concentration of that savior complex, I would say like really is in America. Like happened most of them. I think it's because like how open they are on the quote unquote opinion. So they blast it all off in the fucking internet, but really they don't really ask the question too much. Of like, okay, you want to save the world? What's your move? And then they pick the most laziest choice to do. Man.
People on the planet, high IQs, destined for success, big PB based, loving moms, dads, employed. Okay, that last one's a joke. Right, we got massive updates to the Lindsay Clancy situation. Quick recap, a murder trial is going viral where a woman named Lindsay admitted to murdering her 3 children. The trial is now...
What the kids are like around like 1 to like 4 years old.
About whether she was insane when she did it. Well, women on TikTok have decided to rally together, now going viral, where a woman named Lindsay admitted to murdering her 3 children. The trial is now about whether she was insane when she did it. Well, women on TikTok have decided to rally together to defend her, raising her $1 million and blaming the husband for the murder based on astrology and the fact that he got another girlfriend and moved on too quickly. We got literal moms empathizing with the triple child murderer, claiming they also have dark thoughts of murdering their children.
Many of us see ourselves in Lindsay. We could have been only one step away from doing some of those horrific things.
All right, he did it. Patrick did it.
Leos don't kill, Geminis do.
And at this point, if you're a man saying, like, she should just go to prison, she did it, I'm just going to assume that you are abusive.
Well, now videos are going viral of moms raging in their bathroom, throwing ice cubes at the wall, and recording themselves to cope with their postpartum anger or emotions.
What the fuck is wrong with the world? Again, you have to actively make a choice, okay? Here's the thing. What compels you to actively... First thing, make a choice. You have to set up your phone, give a good camera angle, but you have to think about this. You have to like make a choice. I need to make a video about this. And then you have to put like a good camera angle, this and that, yada yada stuff. And then you go and have to like make some ice and put it in a fucking bowl, and then go and film it. And then you go and check. You have to write the title of like the video, how frustrated you are, and then like you have to like record it, edit it, maybe make it a little bit fancy, and then like you have to post it. What compels you to go through all that step to do that shit? I'm a streamer and I'm lazy as fuck to do any of that. Do you know how much work is it? Do you know how much work I have to make like a tutorial how to make a Milo ice cream? And then they do this kind of like bullshit video. To emphasize what? Can't we just make some fun content? Like how to find the best stick in the world? Give some very autistic instruction to do stuff, not something like this. And this is why like don't be a content creator, okay? I wouldn't even call this content creation. It's more like batshit fucking crazy people. Don't touch TikTok. Just don't touch any short form content. You want to become one? It's fine. Don't do these kind of things. Okay. This like I say again, there's many ways to do things. This is the laziest way to grab attentions. Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. Like that's like the editing of the video. I forgot to say this. They need to type subtitle in the video themselves. It's not just one or two. It's like more than 50 of them that exist. Like if like such a video exists, I don't know what to say. Like, hey, I'm not even social commentary. I think, like, here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing. Okay, I have this conversation with my friends before, and then I say something very smart, and I'm going to repeat again. In Asia, we don't believe in mental issues. A lot of Asian people don't believe in mental issues, but we acknowledge people being crazy. Okay, we kind of like say, yes, we acknowledge crazy people. And then also, we don't believe in mental issues. But in the, I won't really say all Western side of the country. I can't really pinpoint, but you definitely know that there are a lot of certain people, especially you can pinpoint it in America. Maybe like in a lot of European countries, I have people like that too. But still, in the end, like what we are looking at the situations, I think is like generally in America, sadly. They refuse to acknowledge crazy people, but they believe in mental issues. I feel like I'm very smart saying that. Now I'm saying it out loud again, I'm not sure. But again, like I feel like that is the smartest sentence I made in my entire life. It's like, again, Asian people may not believe in mental issues a lot. A lot of them don't. But we do believe bitch be crazy. not just girls. I mean, like people actually people are crazy, and we know that crazy people exist. And then in this type of like situation environment, all those people doing, they don't believe in crazy, but they believe in mental issues.
Right. This is some really normal behavior, guys. Really sane behavior, as expected from women who support child murderers, of course. So apparently the logic is if you just rage in the bathroom and, you know, toss a bunch of ice cubes, then you're going to let it all out, and then you won't actually get the urge to murder your kids. Guys, I'm sorry. If your wife starts throwing ice cubes in the bathroom and talking about how much she sees herself in Lindsay Clancy, please take the kids and fucking run away, dog. Like, there is no help in these women. I'm sorry, if you're an adult and doing this performative bullshit on TikTok, I really question your judgment. Funny thing, the husband's gonna walk in and slip on the ice cubes and break his fucking back. Then you're gonna get more stressed and then justify killing your kids. Your kids are probably listening from outside, hearing you crashing out, and they're probably getting scared as hell. And they should be, because their mom's a psycho attention seeker. Yep, girl, let it out. This is healthy. The kid in the other room. I'm so freaking scared. Nobody has the right to judge this woman. Too late. Mom's throwing ice cubes again. Rage room crying. Imagine filming yourself doing something disregarded and posting it online for the world to see. Remember before the internet was ubiquitous, these people would be embarrassed by this kind of behavior? People are flat out embarrassing narcissists these days. The theatric is hilarious. I've taken an embarrassment for a bit for being a woman. It's performative because all they do is performative. This is how children process emotions. People responded, this is simply abusive behavior. If a man had to go into the other room and scream and punch the wall for 5 minutes, Every time he had to give some toddler some oatmeal, CPS would take the kids away. Yeah, I mean, I sort of do get the point as well. If a man shows like this, you know, unadulterated anger and rage on social media, I don't think he's going to be praised by thousands of women on TikTok. They'll probably be like, oh my god, you carry that much fucking anger? Please stay away from the kids. Now, apparently the astrology women have taken over. They are convinced Patrick murdered the kids because he's a Gemini, and Trump's also a Gemini. These people vote.
Okay, check this out. It's really crazy. Lindsay Clancy's birth chart. It's so crazy. Now, I don't have the time of birth, so really, you can disregard the ascendant, descendant, IC, MC, vertex, and all the houses. I need the birth time. So, notice anything here? She's got her North Node in Aquarius, South Node in Leo. She's in her nodal return right now.
I say again, you can't mix this shit up. Can't make this shit up. Some people like her, like back then when I talk about that news that, you know, like that guy didn't get any emergency care because it's not like star sign compatible with that person's that trying to save him. And then she left him bleeding out on the fucking ground. I'm not even kidding. It's on the news. Okay, I'm trying to find that news. That piece of news is like 16 years old. I'm not a fucking detective. I can't find it anymore. I can't find it, but I still vividly remember because just how fucking batshit crazy it is. And I'm not even kidding. People sometimes see star signs like a fucking, like, especially like around the time, like 15, 16 years ago, is basically like super like star sign craze around that time too. Like I say, there's a reason why I slowly back off sometimes when like a girl is like super fucking enthusiastic with like either like tarot card or like star sign, and I'll be like, excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom.
It's been a while, but I have to pop on here just to say that I've been following this Lindsay Clancy trial, especially as a mother of two who dealt with a lot of postpartum mental illness. And, you know, just following all their birth charts and birthdays and zodiac signs. He did it. He did it. He did it. He's a Gemini man. His birthday is June 15th. I'm a Gemini woman. My birthday is June 14th. Let me give you another example of who a Gemini man is. Also birthday June 14th. Men and women are different. Keep that in mind. Please don't judge me. Donald Trump. Patrick did it. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
So if you're watching the Lindsay Clancy case, I've already gone over the forensic astrology charts that show that the perpetrator is a male, the perpetrator is having an affair, and that the victims, specifically Lindsay, was drugged during this. And I've also gone over with the theory and the lie detection.
I'm telling you all right now, when the South Node goes into Cancer in March of 2028, the South Node is going to transit over Patrick Clancy's moon in Cancer. He's going to be having eclipses over his natal moon, which is home, family, emotions, his emotional life. And then it gets better. 2029, all the way into 2030, he is going to have eclipses over his Gemini placements. The South Node is going to move over his Sun, his Mercury retrograde, his Venus retrograde. It's about to get real interesting in the next, 3 to 4 years for him. I'm gonna my popcorn. I can't wait for this man to be humbled and for karma to do its thing.
Yo, I'm really trying to be understanding to people's hobbies and shit like that. But if you're a full-grown woman who believes in astrology and you use it to actually come to real life conclusions and not as a just recreational hobby or whatever, something you enjoy, and you actually base real life decision making on it, you're a fucking idiot and you need to be institutionalized. Dude, honestly, I got 50 to 80K women watching each video. How do you guys feel about this? I'm sure that you're feeling crazy secondhand embarrassment, as I do when guys do some stupid shit as well sometimes. But this level of fucking stupidity, I want to hear from you guys as well. When you ask your friends in real life as well, are they this stupid? Or, friends who are not watching the legendary series, of course, because then they're based, obviously. But yeah, I'm just really curious. Listen, I don't know who needs to hear this. Astrology is not real. It's fucking fake. It's made up. It's bullshit. You cannot say somebody murdered his child because they're a Gemini. You actually have to look at evidence. And you cannot be like, well, Trump is a Gemini, therefore all the Geminis in the world who did not choose to be born at that time are also evil. And honestly, I would be fine with this if these were, 15-year-old teenage girls. They could be dumb. They could be growing out of it. It could be a phase. These are full-grown adults. Most of them are older than me. They are moms, actual voting members of society. I think this situation has truly revealed how many stupid people there are in this world. And you guys might be very surprised as viewers of the legendary series. You might naturally assume everybody has common sense and logic.
And I also believe like everyone watch me a lot, they already have like somewhat of a sensible mind. Even kids around this time that watch me a lot, they might have a lot of like sensible and reasonable mind at this point. Because I watch a lot of Tozy. You guys see stupid people before.
Operates based on facts, and you might wrongly conclude that everybody else is like that, but I'm sorry to report, we are the minority. The world is filled with idiots, and it's our job to save society before they fucking ruin it. Right, so one of the nut jobs from the previous video is back. Turns out she has 600k followers on TikTok, and she's an actual therapist. And she's claiming that Lindsay is not going to prison.
Lindsay Clancy is not going to prison. I understand that this trial is far from over, but you are going to be hard-pressed to convince me that a jury is going to convict her and that she is potentially going to spend the rest of her life in prison. It's not going to happen.
Blind believed. Also, like, years of, like, taking advantage of people keep fucking creating problems and solving it themselves. Okay? Real world problems and made up problem is a different thing, okay? It's, like, I'm trying to think this. Sometimes, in some world, we have actual issues, But if you have a boo-boo in your fingers, you can choose to deal with it, get a band-aid, take on it. Or you open a boo-boo hospital that charge people $50 for that band-aid and say this is a finger boo-boo specialist hospital. We are specialists that specialize in finger boo-boo. While the hospital next to you are brain surgeon hospitals. And then the other hospital next to like another side of you is an emergency care hospital. But you are wasting resources because you invented this boo-boo hospital. You took all their fucking ambulance to like take people, people just like have a call about, ouch, I slammed on the doors and then like slam on my fingers. It's really fucking painful. I want an ambulance, and then like you took an ambulance from that hospital because you don't have ambulance in the first place. And then there's an accident somewhere, actual accidents. People are dying, and then they ran out of ambulance, and then they found out that, oh, yeah, your hospital have an ambulance too. Can I have the ambulance? Like borrow the ambulance to like get more patient to the hospital. No, this is a specialized boo-boo ambulance. You can't take this unless it's a boo-boo pain. If you don't get my ideas on like things, I remember when I say there's a lot of unnecessary job exists right now. Yeah, a lot of people create a lot of problems. Maybe it's a real world problem. Maybe it's not a real world, but they emphasize, like highly focus, emphasize on the problem a lot, and then create a job out of it. Now you get what I'm talking about. Because of that, a lot of actual precious resources is like going away from this. Especially like when you make a big deal out of it, you know? I'm going to say something smart again. I feel like this is a smart thing to talk about. Okay. Like, do you guys know, like, LGBT, wokeness, EDA stuff? Why are people sick of it? Because there's lots of, like, unnecessary invention of the jobs that exist out of nowhere. Maybe it's actual, like, deal that we have to, like, you know, like, social issues we have to, like... There's a lot of people make a big deal out of it, and then create a lots of baloney, unnecessary additional like jobs or like over you know, like overreactions, and make a big deal out of it, and then create a multiple branch of work that exists that wasting lots of resources and time, and then those people are profiting from it, you know? Like you think like this, like psychiatrist is a needed thing, but there's too many bullshit psychiatrists exist, you know? Sometimes some people really actually need a psychiatrist, but also same time they don't. Like the time that I say like maybe there are actual people that actually need like professional help of the doctors to deal with the ADHD thing. They have to like do a long time observations to actually know ADHD, but there's so many bullshit people that read the internet that do like an internet test that be like, oh, I have ADHD, and actually you don't. It's just a fucking internet test and a BuzzFeed test or something, and then you'll be like, oh, I have that, and then you wasted a bunch of like people resources and time on go checking like a non-existent thing you have. I say again, too many unnecessary issues and making a big deal out of it, and then create way too many unnecessary jobs. Okay? Employment rate is rising up. Everyone have a job, but too bad. 30% of the job that exists right around that like employment rate is rising up, or like 50% of them are actually unnecessary. They didn't even need to exist. People just invent jobs for themselves. They exaggerated a problem and then create a job from that problem they exaggerated. If you're slowly starting to catch my drift, you'll know like what I'm talking about.
Happen. This case is heart-wrenching. She did not want to harm her kids or herself. She was struggling and she could not get the help that she needed. She could not get on the right dose of meds. She could not access the services that could make her better. None of that happened. And the worst, the unimaginable, occurred as a result. But mark my words, she is not going to prison. As if that actually matters to her at this point.
I might put a very weird way to say this. If it's one kid, maybe you went to like a psychosis issue that happens, and then like you'll be like, oh, and then like very shocked, you know, that can happen. Definitely, it can be a scenario happen. But you did like one time, and then you went for second combo and then triple combo. That is not the same person's. Okay, you won't go for triple combo. Okay. You accidentally muffle one kid out of psychosis, and then you say like, oh, you went to like court and do a lot of like stuff. People still can fucking argue with that. But you did a triple combo. Thank God you did 4 kids. Else you're gonna get pentakill.
Yo, can we like revoke her license? I'm sorry, if you're out there giving therapy to people, this is why people have that notion about therapists of like they're useless and shit. It's because of you. You're single-handedly destroying the reputation of your profession. Dude, she murdered her 3 kids. Just lock her up. I don't even care about the insanity plea because even if she wins that, she's going into like a institution for life. You really think a triple child murderer is gonna be allowed to roam free in the streets? What are you, psycho? Why would she even want that? If you're genuinely innocent, you would probably want the death penalty because like, oh my god, you can't believe you killed your 3 kids. You deserve to repent. The whole thing is an example of how women refuse to hold other women accountable for their atrocities, regardless of how horrific. Incredible. We need to make a database of all these women like they tried to do for the people celebrating Charlie Kirk, except it needs to result in every single one of them losing everything they have. We got another one. Female TikToker takes a break at work to film a video in front of a bathroom stall explaining that Lindsay Clancy jumped from her window because her husband barricaded her in the room. Her evidence? Patrick had handprints on furniture in his own house.
All right, I got a theory. Hang with me. If your children were downstairs in a 2-story house and you were upstairs on the 2nd story, and there was a fire in your home of which prevented you from being able to exit your bedroom door, go down the stairs, and get the children, and you had no other choice and you were completely stuck on that 2nd floor in your bedroom, would you or would you not try to jump out the window to go save those kids? Because that's the only way to get down there to them, right? Fight or flight kicks in, you're gonna get out that window, right? What if Mr. Pat decided to drug her earlier in the evening, we'll say 4:30, by 5 o'clock she started getting drowsy.
Yeah, as a 2-year-olds have a fight or flight situations that try to open a fucking door.
He tells her go upstairs, go take a rest. When she gets upstairs, she finally passes out.
I keep laughing. It's a very bad situations, but I'm laughing at how fucking stupid this people is. But it is a terrible situation.
Lays in the bed. A few minutes later, he comes upstairs. She looks knocked out. At that point, he injures her on the wrists and on the neck. He thinks she's dead, probably because of.
And the weirdest thing is all these ladies that support the, support this like other ladies that murdered 3 kids. They spend their like extra time to go and read all like the case, other stuff. Like they are fucking detective or they somehow become a fucking detective or something like that. And then do all the shit. Like here's the thing, okay? Who knows? Maybe. Maybe. But also same times. You really have to make a video out of it. Especially the throw a fucking ice cube thing. Like maybe sometimes some people is like actual detective. And then they want to like make sense of it. Yeah, you guys can try to make sense of it. But laying judgment and doing detective work, both is different thing. Okay? You don't see Sherlock Holmes like put people fucking guilty. Sherlock Holmes get evidence, solid fucking evidence. Even he called a person guilty or something like that, or like proved the person is guilty. He still let the court do that thing. It's not like he just go into a fucking internet. Like imagine like fucking Sherlock Holmes like every day like people waiting for the TikTok. Waiting for his like TikTok series like, yes I am, I'm Sherlock Holmes, like I'm going to explain this case today. The fuck they expecting? Like I don't get the idea. I don't get the idea. Like, maybe I'm too old. Am I too old to understand why people keep making fucking video about this kind of stuff? Again, like you have to like go into the mindset of filming, recording, and you have to make the script up in your brain first. Okay, like some people can just like wing it up like me, but even I sometimes need to at least have like, you know, like those kind of like point in my brain. While I'm making shit up, I still need to like follow the point. Okay, at this point, I need to talk about this thing first, and then like move along to this point, and then move along to this point. You have to build shit up. You have to put some fucking effort to make a video like this. You know? Like in any time that people can like just occur that you just did like triple step of things that you would sit here and think, maybe I shouldn't post this. What am I? Fucking detective? You know, actually, here's the thing.
Blood loss. A person.
There are times that I'm really fucking depressed, okay? There are times I question about my life. There are times that I literally have fucking life crisis, you know? Midlife crisis or something like that. You know what happened I do? I do a voice record of myself, talk my heart out. And then I replay that fucking record and then listen it back to myself. And then I tell myself, and then after I finish listening to it, I review that how fucking stupid I am. So, it's like at some point, those kind of things, when you make all this video, you have to edit the video. Or in some sense, you have to rewatch everything to make sure everything is like right. Like, is there any point of that person's like occur to them when they watch and listen back to their own video, and then they feel like, man, I sound like a batshit crazy lady there. And then never mind. Maybe it happens. Maybe this is like the 5th take or like 9th take or something take about it. I'm not sure, but at this many point, I say like, just the fuck, man.
Person who's not a nurse sees that much blood, guess what? They are either getting faint, queasy, he thinks she's done for. So he leaves, barricades the door, goes and does what he does, kills those kids, goes on his little excursions to make it look like he did not do anything. When he comes back, wrench thrown in his whole scheme because she jumped out that window. It would explain the hands outside of the window because when she woke up.
This is not an episode of fucking Detective Conan. You didn't lock a person until they have fucking psychosis. Like, again, like, let me, because I keep stopping in between, like, her theory, okay? Her grand theory is he knows that his wife have, like, mental issues, so he locked the house somehow inside, or lock like 3 kids and her wife inside the house, so she have a psychosis and kill the kids. So the murder is him. The man is the murderer. Like, what the fuck you are thinking? The fuck you are thinking? Like, did you watch too many like true crimes or like too many episodes of Detective Conan or something like that? Okay, to get this like to get this thing. Did you watch too many like Sherlock Holmes at this point to get these conclusions? Okay, let me give you one thing. How he locked the door? The door locked from inside. Like, if there is a house that you can lock the door from outside, that would be the fucking gate. There is no door in the fucking world locking from inside. You think? That is her world. She believe all the door locked from outside. Yeah, she never have a sense of securities.
Whether or not she was drowsy, drugged, bloody or whatever, she remembers in her head that he threatened that he was going to kill those kids in that basement. He told her the whole plan because that's what a narcissist does. He wants to see the pain in her eyes, the fear in her eyes, to initiate this response. So while he thought that she was dying upstairs, to his surprise, he comes home and she had actually made it out the window, ruining his whole entire plan. But I think it did start with some type of situation up there where she was blocked in that room and she had no other choice but to try to get out. He moves the bed when he gets back, moves all the things around, maybe even cleans up the sheets on the bed.
You know, for a guy who's zoned out, a lot of
Has
this
his
is very fucking
handprints
offensive.
all over it. Literally, that's all.
I hope her boss sees this and fires her ass, specifically for having low IQ takes. Guys, what do you mean? Patrick was just a narcissist. I know narcissists, okay? My ex-boyfriend was exactly like that. He just gave me so much trauma. He was just manipulating me all the time. You don't understand, he gaslit her into murdering her 3 kids. No, I don't care if she admitted it. He gaslit her into admitting it. We are a generation of mentally ill people. This isn't even wait, is this Gen Z? Yeah, no, this isn't even Gen Z. These are like millennials as well. Absolutely tragic. There's zero evidence Patrick barricaded her or that handprints on furniture prove anything. Lindsay admitted to the killings.
Yeah, let you hear this particular part then.
Zero evidence Patrick barricaded her or that handprints on furniture prove anything. Lindsay admitted to the killings. The trial's about her mental state, not a conspiracy. Stop using actual facts. This is pissing me off. You're probably an abuser and a narcissist. When women are in charge, zodiac signs will be considered admissible evidence in criminal trials. Your Honor, he was a Gemini. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, does the government expect you to believe that my client left behind DNA evidence and his wallet as a Virgo? I'm just a Pegasus. Guys, you know the worst part about all of this? I'm a Scorpio. And a Scorpio is like known as the worst fucking astrology sign, at least like the one which astrology women hate the most. Like if a Gemini is like a triple child murderer, a Scorpio is like a fucking genocider or some shit. If Lindsay Clancy had methodically strangled and killed 3 puppies instead of her own children, almost all of the women defending her now would be calling for her execution. Actually true. No, that is actually 100% true. Like, actual dogs are more empathized with than children at this point. The single mother who says she's living off ramen would rather give her money to a child killer's family than feed her own child. I donated $800. I'm a single mom who lives off ramen. I have a little extra now. My heart bleeds for her. You are an angel. I donated $5,000. If we don't be her voice and get loud and fight for her justice until Patrick is in prison for the rest of his life, we have failed as a nation. Keep up the fight and stay loud, America. Yep, that's what we're dealing with. Now, click this video. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. Doing my best to restore some common sense here. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that happened. Again, batch of crazy people. So far, what I know is like it's a case from like a few years ago. Is it a few years ago? I don't remember. That is like a very confusing stuff. It's like if you live in your house, you commit murders. It's really difficult to kind of find evidence to it too, because like you live in the fucking house. You know, like there's no fingerprint evidence in some sense. It's because you live in the fucking house. Is in many cases people can be skeptical of it. This is why I say like can be true. But also same times, what's with the fucking batshit crazy video? But here's the thing, okay? So far, it's like the currently like new thing is like she strangled 3 children with an exercise rope, okay? And the husband found out, and the time the husband found out, she already climbed out the window, jumped off the window, and ran away. And then when she got caught, with all the investigations and everything, and even the mother testify, like the lady's mother's herself like testify that she called her before after the murder and everything, like telling what can I do, what to do, those kind of things. Basically a panic call, and then ran away, obviously. And then after like the court system, the investigation, yada stuff, she actually and then she also like flat out admit in the court that yeah, I murdered 3 of my children. Yeah. Those kind of things. But afterward, it's like this is like the aftermath. Okay, after she admit and everything, and the court procedures is like continue with the investigation and everything. You know, like court system function a little bit differently. Like even you admit you did the murder, you still can fight the murder case. Okay, yeah. Okay, I admit I myself as murdered, but y'all not listen too closely. I'm fucking crazy. So you can prolong the court case, you know, as like either reduce your sentence, or like it's basically like even you admit you did the murder doesn't mean that the court case immediately like immediately like just vanish, you know. It's still a ongoing procedure thing. So once you admit yourself as a murderer, and then like you actually did the murders, and then they have to find like because the court want to be fair, they want to know like, okay, you murdered your kids, yeah, we have to like see the reasoning, what actually happens, do more investigations, do like finding this and that, yeah, that stuff. A lot of stuff like going on there is going to the again like general court procedure stuff. This is like while the court procedure is going to happen, every people is like turn batshit crazy around in TikTok, you know. Like people like making up their own evidence, like start talking about this and say like, oh, we are mother too, we also want to kill our kids most of the times, something like that. Like this kind of like talk started happening, like flooding around in TikTok. And then like you see like the ice throwing stuff, people being batshit crazy, and then start talking about Gemini, idiot stuff, you know. While they kind of like after like admitting the murders, like doing the investigation, still doing like the investigation things, especially on the specific part, like they have to like see like, okay, is this lady crazy or not? If she's crazy, we can't really like you know, like it's basically like if you're crazy, you can't really say like you actually committed murder, you know. Like homicide have like a lot of like different category, like first degree, second degree, third degree, and then even after that you can like claim that, okay, I'm actually crazy, so like this and that, yeah, this stuff. You can be like under circumstances, is like imagine like you're doing self-defense, you kill a person, and then like you have like a different type of like homicide stuff, not a homicide, it becomes self-defense case even though you plead yourself that you killed that man. Like you if you are like kill that man in self-defense, then it's going to be a different case, idiot stuff. So she already admit she killed like 3 of her kids, but now they have to like go for the latter part, like why she killed her kids, reason she killed her kids, and the other stuff, like all those kind of investigation have to go through it. Now they have to go back and forth with like accusing the prosecutors and the defendants, yada yada stuff. They have to do a lot of like argument, this and that and stuff. Like I say again, like that is a lawyer thing, you know. Let party be gone. I will legitimately say like let the lawyer do their things, okay? Let the police do their things. I know. Sometimes some people can't trust the police. It's incompetent police. So like lawyer can be scummy and the other stuff. Like you can't really trust the system that well, the other things. But come on, like going on in the internet admit that you also want to murder your kids doesn't really like help the things at all, like the case, you know? And also like justify the reasons by filming yourself tossing fucking ice into a bathtub doesn't really make the case at all, you know. And also like go to a fucking internet, like start like, hey, this is Gemini, this is Pisces, this is like the star sign doesn't fucking align, doesn't help at all. Like everything situation surrounding it, making like the YouTube, the TikTok about it, like it doesn't fucking help at all. Okay, it's basically like all this like batshit crazy stuff happening surrounding this case have zero productivity. And we all are laughing at those crazy people out doing crazy batshit stuff. Oh, I had to add on about that, like the court proceeding stuff. So she admit the murdered, so now they'd have to see the have to check and then also gather evidence and investigate. Like, is her mental state, that is she sane, is she crazy, does she like have any mental issues, and then if it is, or like she's just batshit crazy, just want to kill kids, then they have to like see the reasons. Maybe like the husband gave her a really stressed environment, or she's just crazy by default, or like something happens, or the kids trying to kill her, so she killed them back. Who knows? Maybe she trained like all her kids to be a fucking ninjas or something. Like either way, like I'm just like making story up at this point. It's just that, yeah, it's basically like after one lead to another's. Like once like confirmed that okay, now she's like we confirmed that she killed a kid. Now we confirmed that she's crazy. Now we have to confirm why she's crazy, and then after like confirm like why she's crazy, like does the husband have any relationship to why she's crazy, or like it's because of family, or because of work environment, or because of her like certain situations, maybe the food she eat, maybe it's like the daily activity she does, or maybe this, or maybe that. Nah, it's basically a long drawn out argument when it comes to all those things, and then people are just basically third party like around, like all the third party ladies is just like surrounding the case, being like batshit crazy about it. That's a more accurate thing to say about this. Yeah. It's an ongoing case. I think the main point of like that entire video is just say like people just being dumb and unproductive and making a video about it. And then we're laughing at them making a video about it. And also the main core reason is why? Why are you making a video? If you actually have a legit reason, yeah. But why are you making a dumb video about it that literally served nothing? And also like admitting yourself like want to murder your own kids too, like what point does that serve? Okay, talking about Gemini, what point does that serve? Making a video tossing ice into a bathtub, what point does that serve? Every answer that I asked is nothing. So why those videos exist? Yeah. That is more of a correct questions. Instead of right now we're asking like, did she do it? It's more like, right now, all the people that surrounding this situation right now. Why? Why are you guys like this? You guys like somehow bring out stupid out of humanities.
What a wild ride it's been, huh? An incredible journey, not too dissimilar from Brendan Fraser taking that trip to the center of the earth. Just look at us, you and me. Look at how much we've grown. Not physically, I've already maxed prestige on.
Yeah, that's why I say, like, don't try to be a content creators. I, like, to say this thing, like, I am a content creator myself. I'm going to say this. Am I too fucking old to make content right now? Because I don't understand why people make this kind of video. Is it because, like, I don't understand? I can't make a video properly to capture people, like, gaze? I'm not sure. Not sure. Maybe I don't have that, like, the modern times content brain to make such content. To make people question about humanity. I'm questioning humanities. But I can't make stuff that make people question humanity.
On height, but emotionally, we've come so far. Bonded like brothers, only closer. Through our Bricks and Minifigs Lego Scandal adventure. And now, the train is reaching its station, much to the chagrin of Ammon McNeff, who's the primary clown at the center of the Bricks and Minifigs circus. No doubt he's soiling his diaper in a tearful tantrum over this having to be the path that they walk. There's two things Ammon hates, and it's shaving his mustache and reaching a resolution with the people that him and his company have wronged. And unfortunately, he's had to do one of the two. So they have publicly announced the resolution with the Mansell family, which is the family that started all of this, where they brought in a very valuable Lego collection and everything went tits up. And this has led to a huge avalanche that is just torpedoed Bricks and Minifigs, and all of it very avoidable. This was all easily preventable from their side if they had just been more willing to work with the family. And then, even by extension, working with the people that were investigating it, like Reckless Ben and everything, but they refused. They dug their heels in. They kept looking like fucking idiots every step of the way, caught in numerous lies. Ammon McNeff went on more podcasts than fucking Gary Vee. Like, he was going everywhere and just constantly embarrassing himself. So, Bricks and Minifigs' reputation circled the shitter. They've really torpedoed the brand, and it's just been a catastrophe for them. So with their back up against the wall, dick in hand, they finally decided to do what they should have done from the very beginning, and actually reaching a resolution with the Mansell family for what happened through Bricks and Minifigs here. And I am confident this is the last thing Ammon McNeff wanted. Like, actually the very last thing. He tried everything else. I wouldn't be surprised if he started getting into voodoo magic, performing rituals on minifigs of Reckless Ben and Brian Mansell directly, like poking needles in there. But none of it worked. So now they've finally compensated the Mansell family for all this hoopla, and they've publicly released a statement going over it, talking about their amicable resolution of a private civil dispute relating to the Mansell family's Lego Star Wars collection. The thing goes on to point the finger at the previous owners of that Oregon store as, like, the main culprit for everything that went wrong. They kind of just run the bus over them there. This settlement agreement is a compromise of disputed claims. It's not an admission of liability, wrongdoing, or unlawful conduct by BAM, the Mansells, or any other released party. Mansell's confirmed they've been compensated by BAM for the losses associated with their consignment arrangement, and thus are releasing all their legal claims against BAM, its leadership, Baker Salem, Josh Johnson, Brandon Best, or any current Bricks and Minifigs franchisee. BAM, the McNeffs, Baker Salem, Josh Johnson, and Brandon Best likewise will dismiss their lawsuits against Brian Mansell, which That's great news because they did have Brian Mansell named in a very chunky, really spicy piece of legislation that would have just only further fuckified them, even though they are victims of this whole case here. So it's good that those have now been dismissed. Through the exchange of records and information during the legal and mediation process, parties developed a more complete understanding of what occurred. The underlying dispute arose from a consignment contract between the Mansell family and the Salem Kaiser Oregon store. Bam, Baker Salem, Josh Johnson, and Brandon Best were not parties to it. The Mansell's losses arose in part from the scale, accounting, storage, and disposition of inventory by the former operator of the store. So they're really wiggling the finger at the Gormans. It's all their fault. It all stems from them. They caused all of this. Boo, boo. And from CoffeeZilla's reporting, it does seem very clear that how they handled the inventory here on this collection was suboptimal and very weird and questionable, and it did create the problems in a large capacity. But that's not the only piece that led to this being such a disaster. It's how Bricks and Minifigs handled it after.
Why, thank you. Oh, by the way, are you from the vertical side or the horizontal side? I don't know. People gonna say like short or landscape. I want to know because like I'm running like a dual stream mode, so I'm not exactly sure things is like working well or not. Yeah, this is like art commissions of like, you know, like two friends that do lots of collabs, and then like I did ask it then ask like the client the questions is like, how much do you guys troll each other's? And then I'll be like, I have this ideas of like, you know, there's a lot of like friend slot games that exist. So I'm like drawing them like in the background, like playing a lot of different kind of friend slot games. And then like this particular one is like the, you know, Mecha Chameleon, the game, or you guys know, some people call it the Mecha Chameleon. So like this like he's like shoot here like that sign. Like I want to draw them like half painted background, stuff like that. And then also draw some memes. You know, like that bomb like diffusing game. Yeah, I want to draw them like, holding the manual the upside down. Actually, you can hold the manual upside down. That's the thing. Like you can accidentally hold the manual upside down. Yeah, I still got like a few things I need to like work out with. This like here I can like show off some things I do. This is my personal project I haven't really finished yet. The Initia Peanut. But yeah, I kind of like I have too many like actual like commission jobs to do, so I can't do my personal project. This is another one. And yeah, it's supposed to be a reactive, but again, no time to make it. At least I managed to have some time to make my own reactive. Here's the funny thing is like I've been like that is like issues is like I my commissions, I offer commission service of making like animated reactive for people, but I never really make one for myself. And then I'd be like, you know what? It's weird that I always I do like I make like so many animated reactive for people, but I never make one for myself. And then I decided to make one for myself. Finally, since like I can't really like stream as a VTuber, you know, I can't really stream as a VTubers like using VTube Studio when I'm playing games, because you know, you can't opening two games and streaming at the same times is so taxing to the computers. Unless I run like a 50 like 90. It's not possible for me to like run games and having VTube Studio on and then streaming in the same times. So I have to like at least like use like a reactive like this kind of thing. And I still got this particular one I have to draw. At the moment, I just finished drawing like the sketch. Finish up drawing. And this one. I'm still kind of like a little bit struggling. I may have to scrap this drawing and then redraw everything again, because here's the thing. It's supposed to be like I do whatever I want. It's a sketch art, but here's the. You already see like most of my art style. It's very anime like, right? So my client right now is a dude and is a very D&D like character look. Okay, try to like pictures. Okay, so it's a complete polar opposite of my artwork. And the rest of like the rest of the art reference he have, you can kind of say like, again, complete polar opposite of my art style. So I am in many cases very struggling on it at the moment. He did say I can just draw whatever I want. So yeah. But again, like it's going to be a little bit difficult. I need to find a way to do much more funny drawing. I'm more of like a fun artist that draw fun and cute stuff. You know, it's not like D&D artwork is kind of like a D&D art slash VTuber artwork, but mine is more like animations slash comic inking art style, like drawing style. So it's going to be a little bit difficult to convert this thing, because usually when I do any like art commissions, I kind of like make it, like I make them looks somewhat close to the reference source, but I can't really like draw them like this. I don't have the capability of draw them like this. So I need to find a way to make like a very smooth conversions. While I was doing it, I'm stuck. The reason I'm stuck because while I was trying to draw him, my brain cannot escape the thought of him looking like Dracula from Castlevania. I can't. It's really hard for me to draw him when every single thought of like drawing him is I feel like something is missing. Something is missing because like in my brain I didn't see him as him. I see him as like Dracula from like before he turned into vampire. This is really a clear image of before after. Before vampire, after vampire. Like tell me, they don't look alike. They look alike. This is like with vampire on, the vampire off. So I'm struggling a lot drawing him, to be honest. Yeah, my drawing is a little bit much more like whimsical. The vibe itself. Yeah, the vibe is very important when it comes to drawing. Like every character have their like kind of like vibe going on there. Like this particular one. Okay. This guy. Okay. You can see like he have a very like chill but also like tsundere kind of vibe going on when I look at the reference and stuff. Have like somewhat of a serious look. The other stuff. to be honest, like the body shape is a little bit on the feminine side. Still, like again, like they have like a law book and stuff. I can't get it. Oh, it's dude. Okay. So I draw him more like that. And then like this one is a friend, his friends, the other stuff. He won like art illustrations about like two of them like doing lots of collab games. Or the vibe is like showing off they do a lots of collabs. So I do like friend slot. Generally, like this is more or less like the kind of art. Sometimes I draw fast, sometimes I draw slow. Really depends. This one I draw much more slower because I do have like a polishing, like a polishing payment plan, and like he actually did by the polishing. So I'm trying my best to polish the line as much as possible. Also like because like she's supposed to be much more like smaller in size, so I kind of did some transformations. And as you know, like when you kind of like do like transform, you don't know what I talk about like when I say like transformation. It's when I do this, shrinking that, increase their size, and lowering their stuff like that. Sometimes can mess up some of the line. It kind of like make them blurry sometimes, or make them like jagged line. Depends on the setting. So right now I'm kind of doing like the cleanup. I accidentally didn't do the scaling properly, setting properly. Now I have to do a lot of clean. You don't need that much clean. Wait. Oh. Accident. Eh. Yeah, I love using this method. Wait a minute. Why is it not working? Oh, I forgot to. I'm an idiot. 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 Doo-doo. Yeah, I wasn't watching.
That mistake. And to be fair, the Gormans on camera were even mentioning when they were being taken over, hey, we have this inventory, we got to make sure that he's compensated and all of that. And that just kind of fell on deaf ears. And then there was a lot, like, yes, they do bear a lot of responsibility for how things unfolded. Like, that is true. They did not handle the inventory properly, and it led to a lot of confusion and a lot of things falling through the cracks. But it's not like they're the only party at blame here for what happened to this Lego Star Wars collection. Bricks and Minifigs was completely just off their fucking gourd throughout this entire case. Like, even outside of, like, the reckless bin coverage, from everything else that had been brought up, like from Mansell to the corporation and everything, it was just ridiculous off rip and very combative and aggressive from that corporation. And then they got caught in so many lies. Like, there are so many things they lied about that there's even footage contradicting them, proving them incorrect, and then they just changed their story. They're like, oh yeah, so yep, you're right. So that's not real. So here's the new story. And it's like, it's crazy. So yes, it is irrefutable that previous leadership of that store is what started this, and it wasn't handled the right way. But Bricks and Minifigs also bears a huge responsibility for how messy all of it got. I think it's a little absurd that they're going to solely put the blame on previous leadership at the store when a lot more went wrong than just that. This was something that could have been solved privately, quietly, peacefully. It never needed to blow up into some shit like this. That is entirely on Bricks and Minifigs, the corporation, like the headquarters, the think tank there. That is on their shoulders. All of that financial blood is on their hands. Like, their reputation ate shit because of their behavior. As part of the settlement, Brian Mansell has assigned to BAM his claims under the original consignment contract. BAM may elect to pursue these claims against those responsible. The Mansells have agreed to provide relevant records in support of BAM's claims. The parties believe this places responsibility for remedying any remaining fault with the appropriate parties. BAM recognizes that the Mansell family experienced a genuine loss, prolonged uncertainty, and considerable frustration after the original contract was not properly administered by the former operator of the store and during the transition from the former operator to the replacement franchisees. I like how they're like, oh, this must have been so frustrating for them. It was so drawn out and uncertain. That's on you guys. It's not like that was a Mansell family that was deciding to, like, fucking, leave this out to dry. That was entirely on you. And it's like, man, that must have been frustrating for them, huh? And then, of course, they're like, yep, it wasn't properly administered from previous owners to the replacements, even though, again, it is on camera, her alerting them to this consignment, like, and what is there, and it just never got taken care of or addressed or anything. BAM regrets that it did not more quickly access information necessary to understand and resolve the matter. BAM has issued an unqualified apology to the Mansell family for the losses and pain suffered from the events surrounding this dispute. The parties recognize that many Bricks and Minifigs franchises and employees had no involvement with events surrounding this dispute and hope that this resolution brings closure to everyone affected and all may return to their normal business activities and personal lives. Yeah, Bricks and Minifigs is desperately hoping that this is something that can just blow over and they all just move on from and people continue to do business with Bricks and Minifigs. I still wouldn't. Like, yeah, they eventually did this. So many months later. It took so long, like pulling teeth, such a painful, drawn out, and terrifying experience for the Mansell family. Keep in mind, Bricks and Minifigs had them on the fucking meat hooks. They had them dangling by the beef curtains there. They had them named in a lawsuit, all just because they were victims of Bricks and Minifigs fucking them. So, like, that's entirely on Bricks and Minifigs, and that showcases that the company is not very trustworthy. So if you are someone that wants to do business with Bricks and Minifigs and you have a problem, you best start praying for a miracle, because now you've got a huge issue. Bricks and Minifigs won't help you. You're shit out of luck. And not only will they not help you, they'll even be like a fucking obstacle. They'll be your worst enemy, even if you are the victim of something that has gone wrong in their pipeline. That is not a brand that I would ever feel comfortable doing business with. So, like, yes, they have finally done the right thing here with compensating the Mansell family, but they've only done it after a nationwide mainstream coverage for over 2 months now of everyone shining the spotlight on this, everyone talking about it, and now at the very end they've decided to do what they should have done from the very beginning if this was a company of integrity. So like, it doesn't instill confidence in this brand, at least not in my eyes, and I hope people won't just be blinded by that, like, oh look, see, they finally did it, so now everything's good. It's still inexcusable the way they've behaved publicly and what they've tried to do to like the Mansell family, like in that lawsuit. Like, it's ridiculous. The family was the one that was wronged, and yet they were still further victimized directly by Bricks and Minifigs attacking them personally and publicly. Keep in mind, they would come out publicly and besmirch them. The company would. Like, it's ridiculous. So I don't think it actually salvages Bricks and Minifigs' reputation, but it is nice that at least the Mansell family is finally getting compensation for what happened to them. It shouldn't have been this difficult. It really shouldn't have been. Now, while this chapter in the book has been closed, there are still others that are open, like the Gorman's lawsuit against Bricks and Minifigs. That one is still ongoing and seemingly unaffected by this settlement here. So I guess we'll see what else continues to happen. Of course, there's still a lot more going on with Bricks and Minifigs, but this is at least a nice tidbit of resolution where the Mansell family is receiving compensation now. I'm very curious what's going to happen next in the Bricks and Minifigs saga here, because like I said, we are in the end game. Like, things are really accelerating now. So I guess we'll see. But anyway, just wanted to give you the little update here. That's really about it. So, yeah.
Alright, there's nothing to watch, and you guys can listen to my own side of the music. No point. Here we go. Because like sometimes like listening to music video, the visual can get copyright claim. Even the visual. Okay, even I muted it. You still you would still get like copyright claim. I'm not kidding. Why do you think on the vertical side I kind of like block it or like blur it sometimes? Like having like music video like playing and then have blurry it kind of like looks sus, so like then you would need order to look at. Ah man, it's really hard for me. Yeah, that'll be fun. Action. Ugh. I'm back! With some insane vertigo. Man, like, I was like just sitting here for like a long times actually. Maybe I should go to sleep. 3 a.m. at this point. So, yeah, maybe. I think the vertigo is actually like calling to me. Is it? Sleep. Let me do a little bit. Absolutely. Why not need options? Why sometimes like polishing can be a little bit. Because it does require quite a lot of effort too. Alright, man. A break. I don't have much stamina for this. Just 4 hours. I wish I can stream a little bit longer. Anyway, as always, guys, stay healthy, stay safe, and the next time, stay tuned on the next stream. Bye bye.